Hello everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You guys know the routine. I've got to set up my laptop. I've got to be able to monitor chat. Let me see here. Okay, let's see. Quick message. Quick message. Always wanted to sell me like YouTube Premium. Okay, I got that taken care of. So I do have to relocate my laptop now. Put it over here where I'll be able to see it. All right. We are on Hillibee Creek. Everything is activated. Now you guys may have noticed that I turned the music off because when I listened to the beginning part of the last live stream, that music sounded so loud to me. It was actually drowning out my own voice. So I decided just to turn that music off. So I hope that the volume is a little bit better. Now, we did contracts on the last episode, but one of the things we found, and let's go over here, let's look right over here. See these three fields? 1, 2, 3. We worked on these two fields right here. There's a road right here. You can just see that road as it comes in this way. This field, we can connect it to this field, and we can connect this field to this field. And this field we can extend out through here, make it bigger. So we're going to end up doing that. We'll take this field and we'll run it out more, follow the edge of the road, and then bring it out and then try to come up in this way somewhere. But we have to buy all three of these fields, and we have to buy that land right there. And that's $29,000 to buy all the land. Then we can expand the fields. We can connect them all together here. So that's what we're going to do with that. We're not ready for that yet though. We need some money. We're going to sleep. We'll sleep until 9 o'clock. Now we've got to sleep until we get some work to do. And I may have to turn my air conditioner on, guys. Oh, look here. We have fields that are ready to go. That's what we wanted to see. We have all these that are ready to go. And these are ready to go. These are our 2 soybean fields. So we've got plenty of work we could do on this calendar day. Yes, all of our fields are ready. Let's go harvest. Let's go harvest. Harvester is down this way. And that is the harvester we want to use. Pull up just a little bit. It happens a lot. I don't know why. I'm going to take care of something right quick, guys. I'm going to have to turn my air conditioner on. It's going to be a little bit loud. I think we'll be okay. But I'm not going to have a choice, at least for a little bit. I won't run it the whole time, but I am going to have to run it for a little bit. I can walk through the house with my headset and the controller. That compressor's going to get a little bit louder, guys, but I got to have a little bit of AC going. Let it run for just a little bit, and then I'll turn it back off. Hopefully it won't be too loud. All right, let's go harvest. Let's go harvest. Let's start on this side. May as well. Now, you know what? I was going to go buy that other harvester header, the modded one, but I'm not going to. Just use this one for right now. My problem would be keeping the modified header distinguished from the non-modified header. Because I can't change the paint color on that John Deere header. If I could change the paint colors, then I could make my headers, which are the non-modified, I could make them purple so that, you know, there was something distinguishing between them and the modified headers. But because I can't modify that header, I'm just going to stick with it. I don't want to get myself all confused. Later on, I will buy a different harvester, but I need about $1 million before I buy that one. And I'll buy 2 headers for it. We'll just grab the one harvester, the 2 headers. And then I'll have this harvester. Now we are planting soybeans this time in all these fields. We're not going to plow. I plowed last time before. I planted this wheat field, and this was the first planting on this map. So we are not going to plow. We'll cultivate. And I am going to harvest all 5 of these fields. They're all wheat. I need to be able to figure out how I can get flour to the bakery. We'll have to look at that again. Where is there it is. There's a harvester. There's a boy up there working. All we know is we're going to need this guy out here somewhere. At some point, we will need it. Oh, boy, it's always good to do a live stream. I've been waiting until like late at night, about 12:15 in the morning where I live. And I got to thinking, you know, it really doesn't matter. He's always thinking, you know, like, I'll be live streaming while people are sleeping. They can just like listen to it. But really, that's only if people are in my same time zone. I'm in Eastern time zone of the USA. So only if somebody is in my own time zone does that actually work anyway. So it's like, it really doesn't matter, other than just being consistent. But I'm not really like doing all that just yet, because I haven't really figured out what exactly is going to be the best time for me. I'm going to have to come all the way back down. Well, if there's anything I can do about it. It's a good example of why I always reposition, because look, This thing will be sitting all the way out here to harvest that one little strip right there. This machine would have to be all the way out here. So what's happening? We're taking the majority of that header and just running it down the gravel and everything else. So that's why I repositioned the machinery so that the overlap is on the field side. I would prefer it to be like that. It just looks better. It looks less harmful to the equipment. Now we're just going to drive straight across. Just a little bit because you can already see the edge of the field. A little bit over this way, a little more. That should catch all. Well, that air conditioner feels good, guys. A little bit loud. I hope it isn't too loud. I hope it's not causing you guys any problem being able to hear it, but it sure does feel good. It's not so much hot. My back bedroom is kind of hot. Boy, it comes blocking through there. You can feel the heat coming through the window. But the living room is not so hot. It's just humid. And of course, that air conditioner will take care of that humidity. It knocks that right down out of the air. I'm going to let it run for a few more minutes and then I'll turn it off. I'm going to have to turn it back on before we're done. I should have done all these fields in soybeans to start with. That should have been my very first crop. But we're going to do soybeans, and then we're going to do canola, because we do own the oil mill already. So if we put canola in the oil mill, we can get canola oil out. So we'll do that. After we get everything done for today, then we'll see. We may go up to that property that I was showing you on the map, and I don't know if we'll be able to buy it today or not. We might be able to. We might just be able to buy all that, and that way in the next episode we will be ready to go. Work on that, transition that from 3 separate fields up there to one big field. It goes all the way around the house. That'll be kind of cool. But for now, we got these 5 fields, and then we have our 2 fields of soybeans, and those 2 fields Well, they're going to remain soybeans at least until we get our big field that we are going to create. We're going to create our own big field for soybeans. Or you just leave that truck sit there. Alright, I think I can turn the air conditioner off now. And I'll just leave the fan running. As you can see again, I can already tell that I'll have to reposition the harvester for the last pass. That's okay. I'll never really expect them to work out perfectly. Sometimes they do though. Sometimes they do. So I want to connect these two fields right here as well. I may or may not do that. Because I'd like to expand them up towards those houses that direction too. So like I say, I may or may not. But we'll go through the other three though. This one we're just going to go, we're going to start on the far end and just let it work its way backwards. That's what we want to do. And here we go. Now this field is the field where that modified header would come in really handy. I do not want to have to work at 26 miles an hour when I'm harvesting. It won't be too much longer. I'll be able to buy another harvester. And then I'll use this one. I'll buy a different one for the helper. let me look at something. Okay. Whoops. We may change to a different type of cedar. We won't do that just yet. But we may change to a different one. We'll see. We'll continue to use what we have for now. Could just drive up there and drive along beside it. I've done that before, but empty while it's working. I've done that before, but I don't generally tend to do that. And once again, we can just leave that sit there when it's done. The truck, that is. Because we don't need the truck until we're ready to fill it again. Ooh. I am kind of tired. I actually almost wasn't going to do a live stream tonight. But I did not do one last night, so I don't like to go too long without doing one. We are on our road to 25 subscribers. I currently have 24. We are looking for 25. So if you happen to watch this video and you have not subscribed to my channel, please consider doing that. Give the video a thumbs up. I am trying to get to where I can live stream without having to use my PlayStation to do it. So that way my other videos can be live streamed as well. I need 50 subscribers. Right now, we're on the road to 25. And it's just a matter of cruising along. This whole episode pretty much is just going to be us riding along with the helper, getting this work done. hello. Welcome to the live stream. I've been streaming for about 35 minutes. Somebody did tune into a live stream there for a minute. Of course, fun when somebody's watching. I tend to get more quiet when there's nobody watching. Even though I am aware that people might watch this as a video after it's posted to YouTube. So I do still talk to those people as well. But I tend to be more quiet when there's nobody watching the live stream. This time we'll stay with the truck because we're going to have to move the truck once this harvester is unloaded. Getting Farming Simulator 25. That will be coming out in November. I think some early release copies are out already. I've seen some people on YouTube already been showing some gameplay and stuff like that. So some of these channels have already gotten free access, early access. But I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. So, once I'm able to get that game and it's released to the public, there's going to be so many YouTube videos that, you know, the little people on YouTube don't stand a chance, really. Unless you've got to admit that nobody is in, you come up with something very clever. see, when I did my last live stream a couple of nights ago, I didn't have anybody watching while I was doing it. Not the whole time, nobody clicked in. So, if that happens, it basically happens again tonight, then I may not worry about live streaming at night so much. And just live stream whenever I feel like doing it. I kind of like doing it at night though, but it does make it hard if I have other things to do during the day. It does make it a little bit more difficult because I don't want to be up all night. Well, this is not going to be an all-night episode. And I'm so glad that we were able to get all the fields ready to go. Well, I say that, but come the next episode, I wish we had something to do. But next episode, I think we're going to be going up and working on those other 3 fields. We've got like $180,000. Now we are going to make some money off soybeans on this episode. And I just really like our silos. I've always liked these silos ever since I first came across them on here. I just like the look. And then of course our little buy station there, or the buy anything station. And we get free stuff, so we get our fertilizer and everything for free. But you gotta buy the right one of those, or black grain elevators. You gotta buy the correct one. There's 3 of them. And one of them says free. So you have to look for the one that says free. Now we are just going to go ahead and do all the harvesting on these 5 fields. We've got this field and we've got the one field over on the other side of the house to finish. And then we will get these 5 replanted with soybeans. They don't have soybeans in it now, it's wheat. So we're not replanting soybeans, but we will get the fields replanted and we will plant soybeans. I just wanted to make sure that was understood. We're not replanting soybeans. We're just replanting a crop, which is going to be soybeans. Why it did that, I thought it might have. I couldn't tell for sure. This is going to work out just a little bit weird on this end. I'm going to have to reposition the harvester. Well, I don't think it would. There's no way I could have caught the entire strip with one pass. Now, if I can line the harvester up correctly, we can leave the truck sit there. Make sure we don't leave a stalk standing on the edge of the field, because we might right up here. Yep. What's up? This is going to be a little tough here, so I gotta. That little silo right there is kind of just in the way. Now, will we catch the full width of that or not? I'm not sure. Oh, we're going to take 2 passes. We are. Oh, I'm kind of glad we're not going to do a whole lot today, guys. I'm really tired. We are going to finish these fields. Sorry, guys, had to yawn. It's 12:57 in the morning where I live. Oh, 12:57, going on 1 a.m. Now we've got these fields, and then we've got to go up here, and we've got these two fields. These are soybeans. So we've got to go up there and take care of them. We just run right across the creek up here. No, we just go to town and go around the edge. Yep. Maybe we get lucky and we can get this last pass with one. I'm not sure if we can get it with one or not. We'll try to reposition the harvester. One of these fields I was able to do that with. It might have been this one. I can't remember. Just by repositioning the harvester by like one row, I was able to get. Yeah, see, we can get the entire thing. But I don't think it would have got all of it if I had not repositioned it. It would have left one little tiny strip along its outside edge. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this out, put the pipe out, and then we are going to do our truck. We'll collect the rest of our grain. We'll go put it in our silo for now. We're take this back here. Normally I would put the cover on it if I'm going to be driving around. We're just going to pretend like we're driving like really slow, so the wind's not blowing our crop out of the back of our truck. And here we go. Now we might as well drive this truck over to the other fields, because that's where we're going to need them. Or we're going to need the truck. So we might as well take it over there. We don't need fuel. We don't need nothing. Hello, welcome to the live stream, or welcome back, whichever the case may be. Just taking our truck over to our soybean field. We will be harvesting those here in a little while. Oh, anyway, we're going to take our truck over to our soybean field. We've got 2 soybean fields over here that we're harvesting. I just forgot where I was going. I'm still learning this map. Everything's hard. I almost forgot where I was going. I'm going like this way. Go in this way. That fence goes all the way around. So we have to come in down here. Right here like this. We'll just park over here like this for now. And now, let's see, we're going to take this back out here. We don't need to drive it over there yet. We got rid of the fencing that was in the way over here. Easy. It was a little bit tricky. Now, we need, actually, we need this guy right here, the fertilizer spreader. And we'll do all 5 of our fields here. I don't believe this thing can cover from one trip all the way down, so let's do it this way. Let's just do it like this. And then we will cultivate this field this time. We're not going to plow them. Normally I would plow them before I plant soybeans, but because I plowed them prior to planting the wheat that we just harvested, so I am not going to plow. How do I want to do this? I think what I want to do is I will come down to this one first. We'll send a helper one time, just so we don't use up all of our fertilizer. And we'll let the helper buy some fertilizer. Even though we get it for free, we will spend some money on it just because I don't want my tank to run empty while we're trying to finish the job. Sometimes if you think you're going to need a helper for even to do part of it, it's better to go ahead and get that part out of the way. And I don't think I could do all 5 of these fields without running out the fertilizer. But maybe I could. I've done, this is my 3rd field, so I guess I would have been able to do all of them. But it's okay. I don't mind letting the helper take care of part of it. Where are you going? I don't know where he's taking off to. See, he should catch part of both of these fields, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. And then I'll worry about that last. Now we'll let him go all the way down both fields. It looks like he might hit that. Ooh. He almost did hit it. We're just going to go ahead and do it like that just to finish it out. Now let's see what we got left. I think I got more than one complete pass left. Well, maybe not. Let's turn this thing on so we can get over here this way and see what we got. Oh, it looks like we're doing. Oh, yeah. Oh, too bad. Let's go back and get this part while we're down here. I could have got that whole field in that part in one pass. I don't think I could have gotten this part up here in one pass though. That's the thing. I don't think I could have got this part of this field. Nope, as you can see, I'm already missing stuff on this side. So It would have took 2 passes, but not 2 full passes. Oh, shoot. What? Come on. Okay, we can just leave this guy sit up here. Well, we'll bring him over here because it's going to have to go up to the other fields at some point. Doesn't have to go there right now. So now we need the cultivator. And I am going to start all the way down here on this big field this time. And we are going to start right here. And we're just going to let that guy go. There you go. We'll just let this guy run. Plenty of cultivating to do. This will go a little bit faster than the harvesting because we are working at a little bit faster speed and a faster, a little bit wider width for our the implement. The cultivator is 8.3 meters and the harvester is 6. Harvester, I mean the cultivator here usually does a pretty good job of working on its own. So hopefully that continues. I'm really hoping I don't have to turn my air conditioner back on. I may not have to. It is a little bit humid, but I turned the air conditioner on before we started the live stream. And so it's not too bad in here right now. I still have the fan running. I need to buy another tractor too. I need a third tractor. I need one for the cedar. One that we can use for that particular system, because we have attachments that's front and back on a tractor to do our planting. So I need a tractor for that purpose. So I usually operate a farm with 3 tractors. Sometimes we might have more than that. I don't mind having a dedicated tractor for each thing. So like the fertilizer spreader has its own tractor. The cultivator, the plow, all these different implements would have their own tractors, but you don't really need that many. I like to have at least 3. One for the fertilizer spreader, one for the cultivator and the plow. I can switch back and forth. And then I like to have one for the seeder or the planter. And if I'm using a seeder and a planter, I like to have a tractor for both, really. So eventually we'll buy more equipment. We want to buy some land first. We still need to get in 3 more greenhouses, and we need to get some beehives. I have an idea of where I want to put beehives. Actually, we could take a look at that while this guy's working. Let's do that right quick. Let's look here. It's not under that menu. It would be under here. And it would be here, construction. And we would go animals, bees. And we would go right here. I don't think that's the ones I actually wanted. I'm going to have to go back and look. There was a different one. I'm just looking at positioning right, because see, these are 19,000. The other ones were 20,000. But I'm thinking about putting these right here. I actually like that right there like that. So we'll try to position them kind of like, but I want 4 of them right through here, but not yet, because there was another one of those that was 20,000. That one was 19,000. I need to go figure out what the difference is, because that might hurt me. So I need to look and see which one it is that I want. I actually thought I had installed the other one, the $20,000. I will have to look into that. But then, I think, okay, there's the little cell station. So we need that, and we need 4 of those. But I need to make sure that's the right beehive. Because I thought they were 20,000. So I will have to look. Let's just double check and make sure that, because I thought they were 20,000 each. And then our other greenhouses would just go similar to where we had those. We can look at that too right quick. We can go production, greenhouses, and then we would just go with the large greenhouse. But we would want to put this greenhouse right over here. We would put it over here. And we would also put 3 more, and these are 10,000 each. So we put 3 more going right here. About like that. But we're not going to do those yet either. I read Shakespeare and stuff. Okay. Another trophy. I'm not sure what that was about. It said I read Shakespeare and stuff. Okay. Now, at some point, in about another month, well, I say another month, but it may not be that long, we're going to start trying to do some forestry on this map. I kind of want to learn some of the forestry tools before the release of FS25. Because once that game comes out, of course, we'll be switching to that. And we probably will not be coming back on the FS22 maps anymore. There won't really be any point in doing that. We'll just have to start over again. We'll start a new farm. It won't surprise me if it's not like on no man's land or calm lands. But I do want to learn forestry while we're on this map. Since it has both. Sorry guys. I had to yawn. It is 1:25 in the morning where I live. One thing I do have to remember is to change the crop type on my cedar when we get ready to plant these fields. A lot of times I forget to do that. And then I like to take control, you know me. I like to take control of the helper and reposition the equipment so we're not dragging it on the outside of the field. I'd rather the overlap be on the field side. And I'd really like to extend these fields on this end, on the end down here, extend them out a little bit farther so we get a little more crop out of each one of them. We can extend all 3 of these fields out over to closer to where those houses are, because we own the land. No, I'm just going to drive straight across when I get up here, guys. I'm going to go straight across. Right here. I'll come right here. I'll let him go up there and back. Now we'll let it run all the way back. We'll send it across that little gap between the fields, and then we'll let it finish that small field down there, and then we'll have it come finish this field. Or maybe, yeah, maybe I'll just do 2 more passes like I just did, catch both fields. So then we just drive across and then hit circle again. Now, once we get these 5 fields done right here at the farm, we have 2 more fields that we're going to go do. They are soybean fields. We can take a look at them right quick. They're right here. The farm is right down here. And they're right here. These are soybeans. So they're our cash crop. We'll replant those in soybeans. We've already got our truck down here waiting. I might have to help this guy get positioned in the right spot. I'm not sure. I don't know if no, he did it good. All right, good. So now we will go finish that other little field. We'll go straight across here. And we'll finish that field across the way. We'll let the helper finish that field. And then we will come back up and finish this one and work our way around the house. So now we'll just let this helper run, let it finish this field. We may have to reposition him on the end. Now we'll finish this field before we go up there and catch that one little strip right there. I may need to look for some lawn mowers, but I don't know what I'll do with all the grass. There are cows on here though, so maybe we need some silage. So I'm going to have to look into that. I'm going to have to consider mowing the grass to get silage, because we own that biofuel place. And I've never worked with biofuel. As far as in the game is concerned, I've never done cows. So that too is going to be a new experience. I have done horses. I've had sheep, chickens. I think at one time I may have had pigs. I can't remember if I did pigs or not. I was kind of thinking I did, but now right here, most of the time, I would actually fold this tool up. I would fold the cultivator before I drove over here. But since it's just a short drive, the length of the field, I'm not going to do that. But normally, if I'm traveling, I will fold the implement. I don't drive around with it unfolded. Puts too much wear and tear on all the joints in the machinery. A little bit off to the side here. I want to make sure I get the entire field. Let's just go ahead and come across the end of this field right here. And now we can let it finish. We may have to reposition at the edge of the field. Looks like it's going to catch the whole thing. Perfect. Excellent. Let's see, if we come over this way, I'm just curious as to how. See, that's not really going to be lined up, is it? So we might as well just do it this way. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's start on this side. We'll just start right here. We'll just start right here, it's fine. We're not going to do both fields like I did the other side over there. We'll just do this field and then we'll hop across and do that last small little field right there. I was going to try to do it a little bit more like I did those two over there, but these aren't lined up, so it's okay. They're not lined up on either side, so I'll just do it this way. I'll do this field and then I'll come do this one. It's fine. I always just kind of have to look at the situation. Let's see how I want to do it. And it won't always be the same every time. And we have been live streaming for the last hour and a half, just over an hour and a half, 97 minutes. Now, I still have not figured out how to go about getting flour into our bakery. There is a grain mill, but we cannot buy that grain mill. So I don't know how to get the flour from the grain mill to the bakery. We own a bakery, but without flour, we can't make anything in the bakery. Now with the biofuel, oh, wait a minute. Let me look at something right quick, guys. Let's just take a look at something. Right up here, we have to buy that? I've got to buy that. That's our grain mill. That's $13,000. We're going to end up having to buy that. I got to check something out, guys. I might have just now figured it out. I might have just figured something out. So when we get through with this right here, we're going to take a little ride, okay? We will take a drive. As soon as we get these two fields finished right here, I'm not even going to get them replanted. We're just going to get them cultivated. And then we are going to go take a drive because I want to go check something out. I think I might have figured something out. And if I did, that's going to be awesome because if we already own the bakery, I can go ahead and get it set up and get selling bread. So we are going to conduct an experiment. We will get our truck. I was going to take our tractor over there, but we're not going to do that. We'll get our truck and we'll take all that wheat that we just harvested. We'll take it over there and sell it to the grain mill, and then we're going to see if we can't buy the land that the grain mill's on so that we own the grain mill. I think that's a good idea. But let's finish what we're started here first. Just the cultivating, not the planting, because I am interested in getting some flour in the works and getting the flour moved over to the bakery. And I already have the bakery set up. I will have to set up the grain mill. So we're going to cultivate this one last field. I hope I figured it out as far as the grain mill is concerned and how to get flour to the bakery. I think I have to buy the grain mill. I had to buy the biofeed before I could even empty anything into it. And I did have some crops that went, contracts that I did, and I had to, the corn, I harvested corn, and I had to take it to the biofeed, but I couldn't dump it at biofeed until I purchased the biofeed. And it took me a little while to figure that out, and I just got to thinking about that. Maybe I have to do the same thing with the grain mill. So as soon as we're finished cultivating this field, we are going to go find out. I could actually let this guy cultivate while we went and checked it out, but I don't want to do that. I'd rather just get this guy finished first. It won't be that much longer. He'll be finished, and then we'll go check it out. I sure hope that's the thing. But we may have to buy the, well, yeah, I'm not real sure. I'm going to have to just, but I want to put wheat in the grain mill before I buy it. The reason for that is because if this works the way I'm hoping it's going to, I'll be able to put the wheat in the grain mill. I get paid for the wheat, and then I can buy the grain mill and get that wheat back, because I get the grain mill and the wheat that's inside it, and the wheat that's inside it is what I just sold to those people. So, but before I buy it, I want to go over there and look and see who it says owns it, because it's not us. I don't think it's owned by our farm, my farm. I think that's how it's on the menus. It says my farm, owned by my farm. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think we own that. Because I made money selling contracted harvest crops. I've made money selling at the grain mill and the all-sale place, the farmer's market. All right, we're almost finished here with this. We'll be setting up some more greenhouses soon. Not yet, but very soon. We're going to do beehives and more greenhouses. That'll be within the next couple of episodes probably. because we're getting ready to harvest some soybeans now, so we'll have cash, and we're going to plant these fields in soybeans. I'm getting kind of excited. I hope this works. I hope this works. Now our truck is already over there where the soybean fields are. So I've got to go get it because I already took it over there and I need to use it over here. And we can just leave this parked right over here also, because we're going to have to take it over to the soybean fields. So we'll just fold that up. We're just going to set this over here for now. And then we are we want to go get this truck back. Now, we are going to go, well, let's do this. Let's just go get our grain. And I thought just go get the grain. Got a nice break in the pedestrians right there. It doesn't always happen. Whoa. I always forget there's a fence. You can't hardly see that fence running down through that grass like that. I'd like to get rid of it myself. If I ever buy that land, I'm getting rid of those fences. I already got rid of some of the fences on this map. I got rid of all these fences down here except for here. That one, that fence headed back to the woods, that was already there. This part I put in myself. Alright, so now we're gonna go get our wheat. So now we want to we've got 84,000 liters. Not a truck full, but close. Definitely worth taking over and putting into the grain elevator, or the grain mill. Give us a nice little pathway going back over to the field station and all that. Alright, now let's go look and see what's going on with this grain mill. Now, what we want to do, this is the grain mill. Now, if we look here, we can buy this land. I don't want to buy it yet, but if we get out and look, there is nothing that tells us that we own, because we don't own the land. So what we're going to do, I mean, I was surprised it even let us empty it in here because, so what we're going to do is we are going to go in here, and I just hope it works. I don't know if it'll work or not. We'll find out. If nothing else, we'll make money. Let's see if we can make some money this way first. See what we can get. So we made $180,000. $180,000. And then I want to buy this land, $13,000 value. Buy. Yes. Now, see how it's got the dump thing in there now? Holy crap. I got some stairs right there beside me. Wow. Do I have a place where I can actually buy this? I still can't buy it. So I don't know what the situation is. See, that was not there before, but now that it's there, I still can't buy the... And I don't know who owns it. That's the problem. So it doesn't tell me who owns this. Ah. Yeah, and it's just, so I do not know how I'm supposed to get. It did put this in here, but I don't know why. Because I still don't seem to own it. See, here's productions. Biofuel, tailor shop, grapes, oil mill, bakery, greenhouses. That's it. You see? Bakery. And I have bread. But I cannot produce bread because I'm not making any flour. I don't know how to get flour over there from here. I don't understand how I'm supposed to do it. It's like you can't even fill up there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. There's a couple of selfish places back here. That's to rent a train. This is like the sawmill, lumber or something. So I just don't have any way to get flour to the bakery, so. Oh well. We did make some money. Let's drive into town right quick. We gotta come back out of here. Let's drive into town right quick. I just want to look at the bakery. Nice break in traffic, but here's the bakery. And we own the bakery. See, it says, owned by my farm. Bread. So bread is active, but it's missing materials. And that's flour. And I do not know how to get flour. I don't know how to buy flour and put in there. So until I figure that out, I've got a bakery that simply is not going to make flour, or it's not going to make bread. I just have no way to do flour. Unless I buy my own meal, I'm really not wanting to do that, so we're just going to leave things set the way they are. There's no way to get no way to tell it to put flour in. Materials missing for bread, yeah, I know. But there isn't anything I can do about it. We'll just go back out here and park the truck back over there. Probably soybean fields. Okay, now we need this tractor I don't need to go that way, I need to go this way. So this is why I need another tractor. We're just not there yet. I'm not ready to buy that yet. I'm ready just to take this over here, drop it off. Sorry guys. I did not have time to mute the microphone on that one. We'll just drop this off right here. Oops. And I'm going to drop this one off over here. We're going to end up swapping this weight out for a different weight. We'll get a weight that has a light on it. But for right now, we want to go pick up the cedar. Okay. Sorry guys, I had to do something there for a second. Alright, now we're going to be planting soybeans this time. Let's go all the way down to this field on the end and start down there. Now we have been live streaming for 2 hours, actually a little bit over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 5 minutes, something like that. Okay, we're soybeans, plant. Why is that not planting soybeans? It was fertilized, it was cultivated. What is the problem? Did it say soybeans growing? Well, how come? What? How come that's not showing it? Well, it's showing it has soybeans in the field. It sure don't seem like it. It don't look like it. Well, we're just going to let it run. It's letting it do its thing, but it doesn't look like it's doing it. I don't see the change in texture that I would expect to see. But all we can do is just let it run. It says that it's working. I don't think it's working. But it's running along as though it's working. I guess I can see a little bit of change. Yeah, that texture change is difficult to see. More so than I remembered. As long as it gets done, that's what matters. It is more difficult to see, that's for sure. I can see it from up here a little bit better. Well, we'll just let it run. That's all we can do. Ride along. Well, we could let this kind of work by itself, and we could go start harvesting the soybean fields. But I don't want to do that yet. I'm feeling pretty good now. I was getting kind of tired, but then when I got to thinking about the grain mill and stuff like that, it kind of got me woke back up a little bit. But once we get settled back into getting these fields planted and stuff, I'll start getting tired again. But I can handle doing this and being tired at the same time because I'm not really having to do much. Just letting the helper, I'm just controlling the helper really. And just going along for the ride. Yeah, I'm not real sure that I'm happy with this map. There are things I can't figure out that I have not had to try to figure out before. Like, I mean, we just looked at the grain mill. I have a bakery. I have no way to get flour to the bakery, or that I know of. And I've never had to try to figure that stuff out before. So I'm not sure what's going on. It doesn't make sense to me as a person who does have experience with this game. So I'm not 100% convinced. I mean, the biofuel, it was difficult to figure out also. But then once I figured out I had to purchase it first, but I don't know that it didn't look like purchasing the grain mill really did anything. It did put up an icon inside the place. It didn't show us we could actually even dump our grain in there before. Once we bought it, then it did put the little marker in there. Because quite frankly, if I look at this, and we have bakery, we have bread. But see, we don't have any flour. We have no way to produce flour. I'm just so... See, we own biofuel. We can put all that stuff in there. So we're just not going to be able to use that. And it's like, I just don't understand. But this map is just to have some fun on, and to learn forestry. I'm just not ready to jump into the forestry yet. I want to get the farming part of this map kind of down a little bit. We are a profitable farm at this point. But we certainly want to get more profitable. And we've got a few things we're going to do on the farming side. We're not going to do a lot. We're not going to buy up a whole bunch of land and all that kind of stuff, because we do want to learn forestry. I don't know how to use the forestry equipment. I have done a little bit of forestry on a small scale with a chainsaw and either cutting stuff up into logs small enough I could pick them up and load a truck by hand, or I used a tractor with I don't know what they call them, the technical terms for them, but like these jaws that will pick up a log. And I've loaded up a truck and stuff, and we'll do some of that on here, and then we'll start learning how to use some of the bigger forestry equipment. Because when I get ready to do start playing on FS25 in November when it comes out, I'm planning on budgeting and having the money to buy that game as soon as it's released. I like to early order it, and I can early order it through PlayStation, but I like to have the disc copy. I just like having the disc copy of stuff, guys. But I could pre-order the digital version. I mean, this right here that I'm playing, the PS5 version is the digital download. So I do not have the disc version for the PS5 version of FS22. Of course, FS25 will be the PS5 version. At least that's what I understand at this point. But given a choice, I will be buying the disc version. And then I will actually have 3 generations of this game, which is pretty cool. I think it will probably be the first time I've ever had 3 generations of the same game. Yeah, so it's just a matter of going for the ride now, guys. It makes it a little bit boring. But basically that's all we're doing anyway. It's just going along for the ride. Even if I happen to be the one that's controlling the equipment at the time, it's still just a matter of going for the ride. Now there are a lot of times, not as many as there used to be, but there still are times when I would look up right now and realize I forgot to change the crop type to soybeans, and I was still planting wheat. That's not the case. But there have been a lot of times when that would have been the case, that I would do that. I would forget that I needed to change that crop type until I was halfway through a field, and then I would look and I would be like, oh man, I forgot to change the crop type. And sometimes the only thing you could do is go plow it, plow that back up and do it again. Or you just go ahead and continue planting with the wrong crop and just say, okay, I'm going to eat it on this one and I'll get it right next time. That happened a lot too. I'll get it right next time. Now we're about halfway through with this field. Yeah, almost halfway with this field. Now in FS19, they had what was called a tow bar. And you could put that on the back of your tractor and then attach your tool to that tow bar. And it worked like the tool height adjustment mod for the harvester headers. And you could actually, like, we could be operating at whatever maximum speed is for this tractor, which is 34 miles an hour. You put a helper in it, and it's just going to fly back and forth across the field. But I looked for the mods for that toolbar in FS22, and I never could find them. And if I remember correctly, it was kind of a tricky setup too, because you bought like I think you had to buy a toolbar pack. It had 2 different toolbars in it. And I remember it took me a while to kind of figure out what was going on, and then I think I really didn't even like it. It would be good if you had super big fields like on calm lands. And I think that's what I was working on, or even on no man's land, where you put in your own fields and you make them like really big. Then to have all this high-speed stuff is beneficial as far as gameplay is concerned. It speeds, makes everything, you can get a lot more accomplished. It doesn't work real well with realism. So there's a difference, like, even with the headers for the harvester, it depends on the top speed of the harvester. If the top speed of the harvester, like on one of them that we were using on palm lands, the top speed of that harvester was only 12 miles an hour. So to put that modded header on it and speed it up from working at 6 miles an hour to 12 miles an hour was not a big drastic change. Yeah, it doubled the speed so you could get your work done twice as fast, which was nice, but it wasn't so fast. I mean, harvesters don't run at 36, 34 miles an hour for this tractor. What is our harvester run? Let's just look over here right quick. Our harvester is at 26 miles an hour. We don't harvest at 26 miles an hour. So it's not realistic when you do it that way. So it's too fast. And for those of you watching the live stream, I want you to know I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I am hoping at some point in time we can have even a bigger audience. We are still on the road to 25 subscribers. We need one more to hit that 25 mark. And that's our next goal, 25 subscribers. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of this live stream, I turned the music off. I was actually watching the beginning of the live stream prior to this one, the last one that I did. And man, I realized how loud the introduction music was. It was almost drowning out my voice. And I didn't want that, so I just turned it off completely, the music. I did one whole live stream. I didn't know I did it until afterwards, or it would not have happened, but I did the whole live stream with the microphone muted. And I didn't know it was muted because I had, somehow I had ended up pushing a button on my controller that muted the microphone. And I saw that light on the microphone. In fact, I did a video of me starting my live stream. I did just a regular video. That's one of my watching my beard grow videos, starting a live stream. And when I watched that video, when I looked at it, I could actually see the light on the controller was lit up, but I did not know what that light meant until later. Then I realized that that light that was on, there's a little button on the PS5 controller that you push, and it lights up. And if it's lit up, then your microphone is muted, because the controller has a built-in microphone. So I did not know that. I mean, I knew it had a built-in microphone. I did not know that it had that mute button. So I saw that light on the controller before also, but I didn't know what it was there for. But now I do know what it's for. Live and learn. Now I will have to take a break here in a few minutes, guys, but we'll get through this field first. And I'll go ahead and get him started on the next one. And then I will take a quick break. The helper will keep working though, because I won't be gone but a minute. It looks like it'll cover in one pass everything that's left. Actually right on it, isn't it? Wow. All right. Okay, that's one field down. 4 more to go, but they're smaller. And then we got the 2 bigger harvest, soybean fields to harvest and get replanted. Okay, we're going to start on this end over here. So let's start. We want to be overlapping the grass. Well, not, yeah, just a little bit right here because okay. So I will be right back, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Guys. Had to go take care of something right quick. And that I may not have to take another break before we're done for the night. We still got quite a bit to do yet, though, because those 2 big soybean fields, they'll take a little bit. And we still have a while, actually, before we've got these fields done. let's see, while that guy is finishing this up, we have that over there. Let's take our harvester over to the soybean field. We're not going to start harvesting yet, but we can go ahead and we can get some equipment moved and get it ready. This is the first thing we'll use over there. This and our truck. So hopefully we can, we'll be okay with the seeder over there working by itself long enough for us to be able to get the harvester moved through town over here to where we want to be using it next. We could go ahead and start using it actually, but I don't really want to do that. I don't normally do that. I don't normally get, ooh, I almost wiped out somebody. That's because I'm holding the accelerator trigger down and not letting off of it, so we're running just maximum speed here. Well, like I said, we're not going to start harvesting yet. I'm just going to get it ready. I don't really have to hook it up right now. It's not really necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm just going to drive it over here. We're just going to get it ready. We're not going to do anything yet. There we go. We're just getting things ready. Once I start the next field with the seeder, then I'll go ahead and I'll grab that fertilizer spreader and I will take it over to the other fields. And then the cultivator, because we're using the same tractor for the cultivator and the seeder, then I will, after I get through fertilizing, I will just bring all that stuff back. I will pick up, I'll use this tractor and I'll get the cultivator, go cultivate, and then I will come back and swap tools and get the seeder until I can afford to get another tractor. So we have a dedicated tractor for this setup right here. Okay, now I want to reposition. Just because this is a narrow strip, and you guys know how it is. I don't like for it to, the equipment to hang out the edge of the field, so. Now we're just going to drive straight across. I don't know where he thinks he's going, because he's done with that field. Now we want him to start this one. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna run down there and back. Just so I get away from these buildings over here. Now we will go back this way. And we'll just let it run. Now, let's get the fertilizer spreader. And let's take it over to where we're going to be using it. Over here at the soybean fields. What is that building over here? Since how we're here. Oh. Yeah, what is this? Oils. So this is the oil mill. And we own it. And we have that stuff set up for selling. Okay. It's all set up already. We're just going to park this in here too, like this. It's fine. See, by putting those 2 rows on the end of this field, it kept me away from that silo. Because this thing would not have pulled all the way to the end of the field. I know it wouldn't have. Now, we should be able to get our loan paid off fairly quickly, guys, within the next in-game year. Because by the time we come back and we harvest these fields, and we harvest our other soybean fields for a second time, we should be able to pay off our loan. And that's a $500,000 loan, so we can get that out of the way. Depending on how much we get for our soybeans, we may do that at the end of this episode. We might just go ahead and say, hey, look, let's just do it now, get it over with. But we will look and see. We'll check on that. We'll see what we want to do. We're going to sell the soybeans that we get off the other 2 fields. And, you know, it depends on how much we get. But, yeah, I'm just going to fire that guy and come back over here. But yeah, we may decide, depending on how much we can sell, how much we get for our soybeans when we sell them, we may decide just to go ahead and pay off that $500,000 loan. So we will be figuring that out before too much longer. As soon as we get those 2 fields harvested, and we will harvest both of them at the same time. In other words, we'll do like we did on this one. We'll get both those fields harvested before we do anything else. So that's something I just thought of. We just might, because those fields are big enough, so if we can make a couple $100,000 off that field, off those 2 fields, then we'll probably go ahead and pay off our loan. I don't want to leave us broke. But if we can pay that thing off and still have $100,000 left in the bank, not that we shouldn't need it, because this is all going to be planted in soybeans, and the only thing we have to do is replant those. But we do want to buy those other fields up at the top that we were looking at. Don't have to buy those right yet. So yeah, if I can get that loan paid off, that would just be super. I mean, that would be so fantastic if we could get that paid off. But if we can't pay it off this time, we'll definitely be able to pay it off the next time we harvest all these soybeans. We want to get that out of the way. We've got more soybean fields coming, which we need to buy. So I'll have to decide. We may work with what we have for one more cycle. We did okay by contracts, just doing contracts. And that may be what we have to do again. We may just have to work with the fields that we have and do contracts. And I love it when it works out like this, perfect. And here we go again. We've got 2 more fields on this side to finish this one, and then the one straight across down that way. I need another tractor. And once I sell those soybeans, I could buy another tractor. And maybe that would be the way to go. Although it's really not necessary. I can use this tractor to do everything I need to do. It's just more time consuming, running back and forth, changing the tools out. Now, right now there's nobody watching, guys, so I'm just going to ride along kind of quietly for a little bit. I don't like to get too quiet because I do realize that people watch after the live streams are posted as videos. I don't get a lot of views. Small channel, and there's a lot of people that play this game that have all the people, you know. But eventually, maybe I'll be one of the bigger channels. Not so much as far as maybe subscriber-wise, but video-wise. You know, as far as hours of content available, because I'm doing live streams, and most of them are fairly long. So, it's like, when I have 100 videos, which include the live streams, I actually will have 300 or 400 hours of video. Okay, we have been live streaming for 3 hours. We just hit the 3-hour mark. And you guys know me, I mean, if I'm going to do a live stream, I like for it to be at least 2.5, 3 hours. We can run longer. This one will, because we've got more work to do. Although I am tired, I could finish up just with these fields and just call it a day and say, okay, well, that's a 3-hour live stream. So we'll save the rest of our work until the next one. But I really don't want to do that. I really would like to be able to get those other soybeans. Well, the only soybeans for this episode as far as selling is concerned. We're going to harvest. But yeah, I'm just going to ride along quietly for a few minutes here, guys, since I don't have anybody actually watching the stream. I can take a break for a second. I'm going to take my headphone off because it's making my ears hurt. And we'll just go for a ride for a few minutes. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here. I'm sure you can still hear me on the microphone. But it gives my ears a break from the headphones. about almost to get this field finished. Sorry guys, I'm sitting in front of this fan. It hasn't been bothering me a whole lot tonight, which is good. Well, I'm not going to reposition it. I was going to reposition it, but since it's not a tremendous amount, and I can see that the edge of the field is a little messed up right here, so I'll just go ahead and let it drag that little bit on the edge. I don't normally do that, but in this case, it's not going to hurt nothing. It doesn't really hurt anything to do that anyway, to let it run off the edge, but I don't like to do that. Now we have one more field to get planted. And actually I'm going to go this way because this is the long way on this field. Okay, we'll ride along with this guy, get this field finished up, and then we'll go over and harvest our soybeans. Now, one thing I wanted to point out, and I've pointed this out before, but it doesn't matter what mode you start your game in, whether you start as a new farmer, a farm manager, or start from scratch. Sorry guys. You will always become a farm manager unless you do all the work yourself. But once you hire that first helper, you have just become a farm manager. So you always, when you play this game, you're always going to be thinking about it from a manager's perspective. Unless, like I said, you do all the work yourself. And I don't know if anybody even does that. I've wanted to,
I really have. I have wanted to be able to do all the work myself. That's actually what I was going to do when I was going to live stream. When I first got to thinking about I'd like to be able to do live streams, I didn't know I could. My son-in-law in Texas informed me of the ability using the PlayStation to do live streams. So I appreciate him for that, because this is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I just didn't know I could. I can't do it with regular videos, but I can do it using the PlayStation, so that's okay. For now, I'll take what I can get. But anyway, like I was saying, you're always going to play in farm manager mode unless you do all the work yourself. And even then, you're still managing your own farm. But you know, a manager has personnel and stuff like that. So once you hire a helper, you become that farm manager. So you have to think about, you know, what do I want to do tomorrow? What's laying out ahead? It's not like it requires you, sleepless nights and stuff like that. But you still have to think along those lines. You will think along those lines, because that's what you're really doing. You're playing as a farm manager, regardless. If you use helpers. And once you get used to using helpers, it's like, I don't see how you're going to play this game without using them. I can't see myself playing this game without using the helpers. But I mean, that's one thing I liked about this game, that I knew I could let helpers do the work, that I could just go along for the ride. Which, as I've stated many times, I have arthritis in my hands, and I have carpal tunnel syndrome. And holding that controller in my hand really for more than just a few minutes at a time would cause my hands to start hurting. So the more time I can spend using a helper, then that's better for me. And that's kind of was the inspiration for the live streams. Like I said, originally I wanted to do all the work myself. I'm going to put my headphones back on, because I don't know how well you guys can hear me, just because the microphone is not in the same position. So I'm never real sure about that kind of stuff. I'll have to listen to this live stream after I get it posted as a video, and just see what the audio sounds like as far as my voice is concerned in relationship to the other noises. But I don't want my voice to be extremely loud either. But I want people to be able to hear what I'm saying also. Because I'm not talking just to hear myself talk, Actually, I probably am. But that's okay. Now, if you guys hear me start answering my own questions, then you might want to leave me a comment. Let me know that, we might need to start worrying a little bit. I do spend most of my time alone, guys. I'm not used to that either, let me tell you. I was used to it when I lived in Hawaii, but after coming back to the mainland and moving in with my daughter and, my grandchildren and all that, for 3.5 years, I was a daily part of that. You get used to kids running around and stuff like that. It's hard to go back into quietness. And even over at that homeless shelter where I was, the crisis center, before I got my apartment here, it was noisy all the time, which for the most part I stayed in my room over there.
I did socialize with the, I said, you know, I would communicate with people and stuff like that. And there were a couple of times, like they invited me to have some coffee. So I would sit out there in the common room, like the dining room area. I would sit out there and drink a cup of coffee. But for the most part, I stayed in my room. I tried to help people if I could. And anytime they needed volunteers over there to, you know, move boxes of stuff that people had donated or whatever, I would always help do all that kind of stuff too. To the best of my ability. I have a heart condition. I can't do a lot. But I do what I can. And I was doing that over there too, because I was grateful to have a place to stay. And that knowing that the people that were providing me with the place to stay was also going to take care of all this kind of stuff, you know, that, I mean, I had to fill the paperwork out, but they provided the paperwork. I didn't have to go get it myself. All the applications they gave to me, all that kind of stuff, you know, and then they were the communicators. So I am grateful for that program and the fact that I was able to get in it. All right. We are almost finished with this field. One more pass. One more pass. Okay, so that takes care of that part. Now what we're going to do, we're just going to come over here and we are going to I'm going to lower that. I'm going to disconnect that. And then I'm going to lower this. I'm going to back up a little bit more, and then I'm going to disconnect that. And now we're going to go get the cultivator. I like those greenhouses. Almost forgot. We need to get the weight first. Now we have both a cultivator and a plow sitting here. We could use either one, it doesn't matter. I prefer the cultivator. I like the graphics for the texture of the plow better than the cultivator, but I like the way the cultivator works. Now that fence used to look like it was straight, and now it looks to me like it's crooked. It is crooked. Oh my goodness, I thought I had that thing straight. Oh well. Yeah, it's crooked. It's really hard to work with stuff like that. I have found it is for me anyway. It's hard to hold the start position when you have to rotate the camera. When like you're putting up a fence and stuff like that. And you're just wanting to look at the angles. The camera is not really smooth. I am really excited, guys, to be able to harvest these fields over here and see how much money we get for them. And we are going to be finding that out. It won't take us too long. It's going to take a little bit because these fields are bigger than what we were just working in. Oh, I forgot all about that thing. I just crashed. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're just going to let this guy run back and forth, do his thing. Now, this part of the gameplay is when it is nice to have that tool height adjusted mod for the header, because it just goes so much faster. But it takes away from the realism also, which, and again, I do not play like realistically. You know what I need to do? Because that fence is in the way. Well, I'm going to get us a little bit of space. And then I probably should get us a little bit of space away from these trees down here on this end also. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and take one run around that field over there as well. Just so the outside perimeter, not where the two fields join right there. I'm not going to worry about that part. But I do want to do the outer edge on the rest of the field. The other 6 edges. So that gave us a little bit of a cushion. And that's not that much either. We've moved just a tad this way. I may be able to do something a little bit different than what I was thinking, guys. I'll have to wait until I get down here and take a look. I can't tell what's happening at the far end of that field over there. But we're going to do that field over there first. Yeah, we're going to end up doing that field and then we'll do this field. Thought I could see a slight color variation. So we'll back up and try again. There we go. That's better. Now, I think because we are close to the railroad tracks here, we are going to, we'll go ahead and do one row down that side also. Yeah, that way we have a little bit of space. Now, once I get this guy turned up here on this end, then we can just let it run. But I need to get a little bit of space away from this railroad track down here. It's still going to have us close, working close to it, but hopefully we will not get hit by a train. Do I see a train coming? No. Do I see a train coming? No. Because I do have to get out onto the tracks right here. Now let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. So I think we'll go down here and back, and then we'll start working that way. And we'll come out down here. So we'll let this guy get turned around and go back the other way. Now we won't have to worry about the train at all by doing it this way. Because even here, the harvester would have to back out onto the train tracks to be able to get that next pass. So we're going to work it this way, and then it doesn't have to work. All right, now we can just go for the ride. Let's see, where's our truck? We'll be using it back this way, so we might as well just move over this way a little bit. Oh. I got to looking at my laptop. I got to looking at the laptop instead of paying attention to what I was doing. Let's see, what are our options for selling? Soybeans. The grain elevator is 6,570. Sell all is 6,530. Grain elevator is on its way down, so we'll have to check again. Could be either one. They're going to be fairly close price-wise. Well, I am starting to get tired again, guys. But that's all right. We got 2 fields to finish. Hello, welcome to the live stream, or welcome back, whichever the case may be. We're just working on harvesting these 2 soybean fields. Oops, went the wrong way. Alright, so we got this field and we got that one right there. We'll get them replanted with soybeans. But we're gonna, once we get it harvested, we're gonna go sell and just see where we're at money-wise. I may want to go ahead and pay off a loan just to get that out of the way. That's always a relief. I do want you to know, if you're watching the live stream, that I do appreciate you. It's always more fun to do a live stream when there's somebody watching, somebody participating, even if you're not in chat. And I never really know whether people like to hear me talking or not hear me talking. I haven't got any comments yet telling me to not talk, so. It would be hard not to talk in a live stream. Well, if somebody comes into chat, because that's the whole point. You're supposed to be able to talk to them on your microphone. So, I mean, I could type everything in response into the chat, especially with the game we're playing, because we're going to have the helper doing the work, and I could be typing, but I'm not going to be typing in the chat room. I did that once, so I actually did do that. But that's because I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. We're getting closer to having this field done. Now this is when I wish I had that modded header on here, the high-speed one, so we could get this part finished. Because we still have to cultivate it and we still have to plant it. The cultivator will be a little bit faster than this, but actually, what is the working width on this particular header? What is that? Is it 6 meters? 7.6 meters, okay. I was going to say, it looks a little bit bigger than 6 meters. It's 7.6, but the cultivator is 8.3, so it's still bigger. So it cultivates faster, because it also cultivates at 8 miles an hour instead of 6. So it does cultivate faster than it harvests. But the planter, now the planter is only 6 meters, I'm pretty sure. The planter, or the seeder, rather, we have a planter? Wow, okay. The cedar is 6 meters. Yeah, that's like that. We have a planter. I don't know why I keep hitting that button to go. We have a planter, but it needs that bucket also. And that only does seed. No, it does fertilizer. So we can set up the same kind of two-piece operation, but I have to go get the tub. But I have a fertilizer spreader already. Interesting. Just trying to think about how, with the equipment we already have, we could do sunflowers. So we might think about that. I believe we can do sunflowers. We have the oil mill. So then we could do canola and sunflowers. Okay. Because canola we definitely want to do, but now that I realize that we actually have a planter, I don't know where it is. We'll have to go find it, but it's on the farm someplace. I'm sure I've seen it. I just haven't paid any attention to it because I haven't had to use it. But now that I actually do realize that it's there, we may not do corn. Well, we could do corn because we have the biofeed. We also could use corn for cereal, but I don't want to do grapes and stuff, so I'm not really wanting to use corn for cereal, but maybe as biofeed, the biofuel. I can't remember what the stuff is called. I think it's biofuel, but I've never done anything with it before. I haven't done cows, and I think we own a cow pasture actually. Our cows are not healthy because we haven't fed them or anything like that. But when we're ready to, we will. Yeah, it kind of forced me to start this map owning cows and not really having any way to take care of them. I think we're going to make some pretty good money off our soybeans here, guys. We might pay off our loan and have enough money to buy that property that we want. 'Cause remember now, we got to buy 3 fields, and we have to buy the surrounding land because we want to expand those fields to create a new field, one big field. That's going to be fun. And that will be in the next episode. Maybe. I say that and I have to add a maybe. Because I may do something different. It depends on how much money we have. I want to get that loan paid off. That way we're not paying any more interest payments. Now, are we going to be able to catch all of this with one more pass? I hope so. Yeah, no problem. Now, as you can see, I'll let that header run a little wild on that side. I don't mind it when it's like that. That small amount like that, I don't mind it so much. I'm not going to reposition the harvester just for that little tiny space over there. Because at least the harvester is actually in the field. I don't like it when the equipment, the main vehicle is out of the field driving through the grass and stuff like that. Oh. Now we do want to keep an eye on the maintenance. I just happen to look over there and I see that we're lacking just a little bit on the maintenance end. Now let's see, where do I want to start at on this side, on this field? Where's my trailer? Oh, it's sitting over there. So our only exit is here. So we might as well start down on this end and work our way back towards the exit, because there's a fence that runs all the way down through here. I forgot about that. Originally, I was going to just finish right here on this edge. I forgot that there was a fence that runs all the way. There's only one way into these fields. So, we'll just start right here. Perfect timing. Nice. And we can just leave the truck sit there. All right. Moving along. Oh, I'm so curious to see how much money we're going to make off these soybeans. It's not going to be like a record number. It'll be a record number for this map though, because it'll be the first time we've actually harvested soybeans from these two fields and went and sold them. If you saw earlier episodes, we originally were going to buy the field, harvest it, and then sell it back. With this field and the one we just finished harvesting, the one right next door. But then we decided to keep them so we could do the soybeans. And I'm so glad we made that investment when we did. But that's all part of farm management. Like I said, it does not matter what mode, whether you start as a new farmer, as a farm manager, or start from scratch. You will play as a farm manager because you have to make decisions regardless. It is now 4 o'clock in the morning where I live, guys. 4 o'clock in the morning.
And we have now been live streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours live streaming thus far. And I'd say we've got at least another hour to go by the time we get these 2 fields done. At least another hour. Yeah, that modded header would be nice right about now.
Well, that fan has not been making me cough as much tonight. Maybe I'm getting a little bit more used to it. Ooh, I think I almost put my eye out. Yeah, I have not been coughing as much. I'm still sitting in front of the fan. I have it turned on low. I did run the air conditioner earlier. At the beginning of the live stream, I ran it for a little bit, and then that seemed to, it's helped tremendously. It took the humidity down. And I thought I was going to have to turn it back on again, but it's, I guess, the cooler part of the night now. So it's not as bad. And I just have the fan turned on low. But it is blowing in my face. I can feel it. But it hasn't been bothering me as much today. So like I said, I don't know if it's because I'm kind of starting to get a little more used to sitting in front of it. Although I've never liked having wind blowing in my face or a fan. So it still kind of makes me like stuffy, like I'm stuffed up or something. Makes it difficult, a little more difficult to breathe for me. I'm not sure how far down this way this harvester will actually make it. Probably not too far. But it had still had some capacity left. Wonder how close we'll actually be to being in the right spot. Pretty close. We were pretty close. Went the wrong way. All right, we'll just leave it sit there in the truck. And we may be able to finish this field. It looks like we'll probably be able to finish this field before we have to empty the tank again. And that means we'll soon be finding out how much money these two fields will make us. So it's always exciting to find out for the first time. But we may not always be planting these fields in soybeans. We're gonna make us another soybean field. Now, if we wanted to, guys, we could be working in the other field and this field. I mean, we could have already fertilized that field over there and had our cultivator running and stuff like that, but I don't really, I mean, it can be fun to play that way, but I'd rather play it at a slower pace myself, even though it makes things take longer as far as like doing live streams and stuff like that, because what could be done in 4 hours ends up that can take 5 or 6 hours. And these fields are good candidates to have both the cultivator and the seeder working at the same time. But I'm not going to do that. At some point I might do that. I'm not going to do that today. But typically that is what I would do. Once I got the cultivator going, I would send the seeder right behind it. In fact, I may do that, because that is what I'm kind of used to doing. That's my normal gameplay. I don't multitask when I'm harvesting or fertilizing. I like to just do those one step at a time. And on smaller fields, I do the other steps one step at a time also. But when you get to a field this size, I mean, it's pretty good. Go ahead, get the cultivator started, and then get the seeder started right after. But you kind of have to think about how you want to start your cultivator. Because like when I start on this field, I'm going to do 2 rows. I kind of have an idea of how I want to start the cultivator, because I want to be able to let the seeder run, just work. So I have to make sure that the cultivator is going to be far enough away from the seeder, but I need to be able to put in a headland row with the seeder also. So I'm going to have to think about it for a few minutes, where I want to start. I think I know where I need to start. I need to start down on this end where the trees are and work our way back out this way. And then go to the other field and start on the railroad track side and work our way back this way. But that would be for the seeder, not necessarily the cultivator, but I could do the cultivator the same way. I can just let the cultivator start down by the trees on that end down there and start working its way back out this way. Yeah, because there's no reason I can't. I need to do something. Let's get out. I need to go look at something. How close was that fence? Let's jump in the truck. And the reason I jumped in the truck is because I wanted to get a more of an elevation. Because this is what I'm looking at. So I need to bring my cultivator down this edge. So if I go over there, I come down this side. I need that cultivator away from this edge, and I need the seeder away from this edge. So I'm going to have to go, wow, I'm trying to figure this out, guys. Because I need to go down this edge also. With the seeder, I need to go down there and back. Okay, well, I think I know what I want to do. I'm not sure yet. It can be tricky multitasking. Went the wrong way. It can be tricky doing the multitasking, when you have to work around, like in this situation, we got trees on one side of the field, we've got a fence on an adjacent side. So it makes it, it's more difficult to be able to have two tools working at the same time, simply because you need to get that headland row in. And if you've got things that are too close to each other, so we'll have to use the cultivator for a little bit to get ourselves far enough ahead that then we can manually, we can use the seeder. Well, we'll use a helper, but we'll take control in the corners and do what we need to be able to get in a couple of headland rows with the seeder, so then we can let the seeder work by itself. Now over in this field, over here, everything's going to be fine except for we'll start work on that edge over by the railroad track and work our way back this direction. So we might take one headland road down this edge here and then go over on the railroad track side. Oh man. I want to see if I can move this just a little bit. Just, whoops, not like that, but I need it. Will that work? Will that get everything? Let's find out. I don't know if it will or not. We are getting it. Looks like there might be one little patch right here that it misses at the end, because it's going to be one row wider. All right, now. Yeah, we'll just drive over here. Now we'll double check to see where we want to take this grain to. We'll go ahead and take this guy back over here first. Even though I am anxious to find out how much we're going to make off the soybeans, I'll go ahead and put this up first. almost gonna take it around to the other side, and that's not where it goes. So probably don't have to be that meticulous, guys. I just kind of like to. Did that lock? Oh, good. I was gonna say I didn't see it lock in that time. It seems to be pretty forgiving. Sorry, people driving in your field. Okay, I'm not going to take that back yet. Let's just see how much money we have. I need to back up a little bit more. The opening in this fence right here is so difficult. Okay, wait a minute. Before we go any farther, what are we looking at? 570, 561 grain elevator. Pretty close to the same price, but we'll get a few pennies more if we go up here. For some reason, when we bought this land, it put this icon in here. That icon was not in there before. All right, how much money are we going to get? We're at 345. We made $247,000. 247. So even though that's good, I'm not going to pay off that loan. I am not going to pay off that loan, not yet. Not until we harvest soybeans one more time, because we'll have our other fields, and that'll give us enough cushion to be able to pay off our loan and still have money. So what we will do is we'll be able to buy our other fields and the surrounding land and put in our big soybean field. So we'll be able to do that in the next episode. And we'll plan on paying off our loan probably in 2 more episodes, or 3, it depends. Maybe 3, because like one episode I'll do contracts again. I don't want to have to sleep 4 or 5 days in a row. I don't mind sleeping 2, maybe. I got really lucky today. We slept 1. We only had to sleep just like we do every episode. That's the first thing we do, is sleep until the next day. And when we did that on this one, we had work to do, which was good. But we were able to do contracts and stuff. There's probably no real point in bringing this truck all the way over here I don't know that there's any, it could sit pretty much anywhere on the map. You know, we could leave our stuff pretty much anywhere we want to, really, and just go get it when we need it. But we're better off bringing stuff to a central spot, even though I don't really like the sheds. I like the sheds. I don't like to use the sheds. I don't. We do need to put a light over there, so we're going to work on some of that within the next couple episodes too. Got to try to figure out some landscaping, just some. I'm not going to change the contours of the land. Got to get some beehives down. So we've got things to do in the next episode. We're not going to do those in this episode. Let's go ahead. Let's get this guy, because we're done with it. Let's get it back. Let's take it back over there, and then we'll continue working on what we need to do. Ooh, almost ran over some people. I wasn't thinking about it, and I almost hit them. And I do, you know, I don't want to hit them. I don't want to run into these fences and stuff like that, but I do it all the time anyway. I don't want to. Now, what I am going to do, now that I'm thinking about it, I am going to, we're going to go fuel up and we're going to repair. I think our truck was okay. I didn't pay any attention to it, really. But I just noticed on here, I looked over there and saw that it reminded me that we do need to do some maintenance. So we'll just go ahead and take care of that. That way it's all done. And then we'll bring it back out. I've got to fix some kind of driveway in through here, and I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it yet. I got to get my other greenhouses in there, and then see what kind of space I'm working with. So we're going to pull around this way. We're going to refuel. Now, I do wish they would change the way this works. We should not have to get out to go over here and activate this. But we do have to repair it, yes. That actually is in good shape. That's the trailer. Where's the header? Where is the header? Or maybe did that take care of the header and the trailer? I gotta try this again just to see, guys, because I don't know. I haven't done this before, but there was no header. There's the header. Uh-huh. Okay. That's better. Well, it could have been possible that it repaired both the header and the trailer at the same time. It could have been reading it that way. But that's why we stopped to find out, and sure enough. We can just park like that. Okay, now, we need the fertilizer spreader. We'll go ahead and fertilize both fields. Let's get all the way to the edge of the field, guys. And then we're going to go this way. Again, slightly too much. And then we're just going to roll across the grass up here and then continue straight on over to the other field. Instead of turning around, we'll turn around down at the other end. Well, thankfully the train just came through, so we should be okay. Now I can pretty much let this guy just run by himself now. Until we get to that little this area up here between these two fields, I'll have to dismiss the helper and then rehire one to go across the other field. But that will reduce the number of turns. We're going to eliminate the turns in the middle of the field. So now we just do that, and then we just pull straight across and continue. And now the AI can turn itself around. But we eliminated the turn. 2 turns from in the middle. 2 turns on each pass, actually. So we just eliminated 2 turns. And it looks like we're going to be able to eliminate 4. Looks like we're going to be able to cover the whole thing. I hope so. Ooh, there may be one little tiny strip. There is. Oh no. Oh well, I'm going to have to drive down through there myself. Darn it. Actually, you know what? Let me just see if I can't catch it like this. I'm going just a little bit crooked. Reposition it just enough to see, because it looks like if I'm catching that side, I'm not catching the other side. Oh no. I can't believe it's going to be that close. Seriously? Seriously. Oh. It's not a happy medium. Can I not find that happy medium? Oh, I can't. I'm not finding it. I've got it on one side or the other. I can't catch both. Ah. Well, the only thing I can do is keep doing what I'm doing, because at least this, I won't have to come all the way back down here again. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter. That's not what I needed. That's what I needed. That's what I was wanting, to narrow down that sprayer. Okay. We'll leave that sit there. We'll get this cultivator lined out. Still undecided as to exactly what I'm going to do here. I know I want to put in some headland rows. How many, I don't know exactly. See, a real problem is where we have this fence right here. Let's see, I don't really need to do another road there. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to work my cedar. If I bring the cedar, if I bring it just one pass down through here, I think one pass will be good enough with the cedar. Okay, so I have an idea. Of course, this is the tractor I use. With my cedar. Go this way. All right, we're going to change the plans. I'm just going to do all the cultivating. I can eliminate some of the turns. If I do it like this. So we're just going to do it this way, and I'm going to do the same thing with the planter, the cedar. I'm going to take control of it right here so I can just work in this particular pattern for a little bit.
I definitely need another tractor. Because we could have the cedar set up on its own tractor. So. Now, going to try to eliminate some of the turns. We'll have the turns at the ends, but we're going to eliminate the turns in the middle. Which is going to save us some time. And we'll do the same thing with the cedar. Means we have to take control a lot more. But that's all right. Or at least I think that's how I'm going to do it. I may not. I may change my mind. I could just let this thing start working back and forth. Yeah, I think I will. Now that I've got the headland row put in around it, I'll let it work. And I'll just sit back and relax because we still got quite a bit to do. But I will work the cedar a couple times around the field also. At least one headland row, but probably two. And then I'll let it go on its own also. I know I will. I won't want to, but I'll say I'm going to do one thing, but then I'll end up letting it do the work anyway. Because that's what it's for. Now, while that's doing that, let's take this guy back. And maybe we'll put the cedar on this guy. So we can go ahead and multitask. Beep, 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 beep.
I couldn't hear that horn. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. I couldn't hear it because I have I have the volume on my headphones turned down, way down. I can hear the engine on that tractor. I can't hear the horn. I can hear the engine, but not the horn. So just go set this over here somewhere. Alright. We'll go ahead and get this guy started. Alright, we have now been live streaming for 5 hours. Sounds like a cat fight going on outside. I think I'm going to start down this way. Except, I'm not going to start yet. There's something I want to do. I want to make sure. I've had a problem before, so I'm going to do something up here that's going to make sure that the cultivator doesn't mess up what I just get through planting, because it will. So I want to make sure it does not. And the way I can make sure it does not is like this. Give myself a little more space. I hear a cat crying or something outside. Now we're almost ready to get the cedar started. Because now I have enough space. Yeah, that's what I needed. I needed to get a little more working space. And now we'll be fine to do what I have in mind. Okay, so that guy can go ahead and just work. Now we have soybeans. Man, there's some cats fighting outside or something. I can hear it even with my headphones on. All right, here we go. Now, how far are we? Okay, 2 clicks. 2 clicks. See, now I can run this guy. I can get 2 rows planted down on this end where the trees are without that cultivator coming over here and cultivating up what I just got through planting. And it will do that if you're too close to it. I've had it happen. So it always takes a little bit of planning when you're going to do multitasking. And I still could have a problem. I'll have to see, I'll have to try to pay attention to it. Now let's see what happens when we get down to the other end. It should not be a problem, but it could be. This guy could pull right on over there to where I just got through planting that. If you don't allow for enough space, which I think in this case we should be fine. because I got in that extra row. So yeah, see, it looks like we should be fine. Yeah, okay, we're gonna be okay. Even on the, when we make our return pass, we're gonna be okay. Okay. So we're gonna be all right. So it is always nice when you can look over there, you can see another helper out. So multitasking is, it's fun to do, but I have found for me, it works best if I just use, if I only do the multitasking when I'm cultivating and seeding or planting at the same time. That's what works best for me. Now we want to see if there were any danger of that cultivator pulling out. If the front of that tractor gets over here into where we just planted, it's going to think it needs to go cultivate that part. But no, see, it turned. So we're good to go. And then we're going to take this. And we got in 2 headland rows over by the trees, and that gives us room to be able to turn around. And now we can just let this guy work. Yep, now this guy can just run, and we can go back and forth between the 2 of them, and just keep an eye on both of them. We're just going to go back and forth, guys, between the 2 of them. I'm glad this tractor is able to handle the weight. We're operating at 7 miles an hour also. Now we'll get to see what it looks like with the double headland row, how much space do we actually have over to the trees. See, that's perfect. That works out really nice that way. So that's real good. That worked out real well. The spacing is nice. It looks nice. So we can just let the cedar run. It's going to do fine by itself. I'm pretty sure. We'll keep an eye on it, but we'll get this guy moved over across the field, or across into the other field, across the road here. Of course, I don't know that that's called a road. I don't know what that's called, because I'm not a farmer. I did not grow up on a farm. I don't really know what you call that space where you can drive between your crops. We've got a couple passes left to go. Now this guy, we will reposition for the next pass, and then we'll get him across the road. We'll just call it a road. I don't know what else to call it. It's not really a road though. Maybe it's an easement or something like that. I don't know what it's called. Maybe we'll have a farmer see this as a video once it's posted, and they can let me know in the comments, what is that area that you can drive on? What's it technically called on a farm? Because I don't know what it would be called. I mean, you know, I would call it like a road or something, but it's really not a road. It's not for public to drive on or anything like it. It's not a driveway necessarily, but maybe that's what it's called. I don't know. Now, what I could actually do, in fact, I might as well do it. Is just work my way back to the railroad track side, and then work my way back out from there. And we'll just let the cedar run. Once we get turned, moving in the other direction with this cultivator, we'll pop back over and check on the cedar, but for the most part, it's going to be able to run by itself. But we do want to just like put an eyeball on it every once in a while. Yeah, see, it runs so much slower. Well, let's see, we're at 8 miles an hour, and here we're at 7, but we're at such a smaller working width, because this is a working width of 6 meters compared to 8.3. But it is always kind of nice to be able to at least have that thing in motion while we're finishing up with this. And then when we got the other field done, we'll bring our cedar right over here to the railroad tracks and start on this edge and work our way back out to the other edge, because we got the headland row by the trees done already. So really we'll put in a third headland row on our way back into this end of the field. We might as well plant that while we're driving down here, and then we'll start working from this edge back out the other way. So even if the cedar gets the other field finished before this guy with the cultivator finishes this field, we'll still run that same pattern with our workers. But I think the cultivator is going to finish before the cedar gets the other field done. I think it's going to get this field finished. See, he's way over there. And this guy's working at such a... Yeah, so there's no way. There's no way that guy will be finished with that field before this guy is finished with this field. No way. But that's all right. It doesn't matter. So we'll just ride along with this guy. And at least now I know how to actually work these two fields. I'll probably have to do them a few times before. It's just an automatic thing. I'll have to think about it again next time. What are we, about a quarter of the way through? Yeah. About a quarter of the way through. All right, well. Slowly but surely. Oh, just had to yawn. It is 5:26 in the morning where I live. Well, I can't say this has been a pretty good episode. We got quite a bit done. And we made some money. Well, I am glad that we are on the last two processes, because I am getting pretty tired. But thankfully, I don't have to do much other than just keep an eye on stuff. Let's go check on our cedar. He's about a third of this field. Yeah, we've got about a third of it done. It's all right. We'll just let him run over there by himself. He's doing fine. We'll let this guy finish up and we'll take it back over to the farm. We'll just let the cedar run. Whew. Sorry guys, had a yawn. It's 5:30 in the morning where I live. We've been live streaming for 5.5 hours now. 5.5 hours. And we have got, oh my gosh. I don't think it'll take another hour. But I bet it takes close to 45 minutes. We'll see. For the cedar to finish. So we may end up with like about a six hours and 15 minutes, 6.5 hours. I don't know if it'll be quite 6.5, probably about 6:15. I could be wrong though. I could be totally wrong. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Oh no, we lost a viewer. Sorry guys. All right, we are almost finished with the cultivator. 2 more passes. Now this cultivator is going to finish its job right at the opening in the gate, or in the fence. The opening in the fence, not in the gate. We will reposition the cultivator just so it looks more natural or realistic. Natural might be a good term too. Now, one thing I just noticed, I've been playing this game for a while, and I just now noticed that you can actually see the helper disappear out of the cab of the tractor when you fire it. Watch. See it disappear? Watch the cab. Watch the back window. You're going to see him appear. Oh, it didn't show him appear. That was weird. But anyway, did you see it disappear? I have not noticed that before, and I've been playing this game for a while. Alright, we're just going to take this right back over to the farm. The cedar is, well, we could have checked it before we left, but it's been doing fine up till now, so I don't really have any reason to think that it wouldn't still be doing okay. Kind of a rough bridge back there. It's crooked too, which is weird. I really do not know what to do with this entryway. I've got to figure something out. I got to quit parking over there because that's going to be my driveway. So all this needs to be like gravel over here. I got to figure out some landscaping, guys. That's all there is to it. Now we just ride along with this guy. And he's about, what, halfway finished with this field. So, okay, we'll be here for a while yet. But that's all right. We're down to the last operation. We can kick back, we can relax. I think the next episode is going to be pretty fun because we're going to go create a field. We're going to work on connecting 3 fields together. That's going to be fun, and getting it planted with soybeans. And then I do have to do some landscaping. We've got to do some landscaping work at the farmyard. So we're going to look into that. Maybe not in the next episode, but coming up real soon. It's just something we need to do. But I want to get these 3 fields. I want to get in beehives. that's probably the first thing we'll do. We'll probably do beehives first thing next episode. Because I've got to figure out how to make the shipping thing work again. And I'm not sure how I'm going to place the beehives. I have not decided yet. There is a way I like to do them, but I don't know if I have room or if I just simply would like to try something different. But I'm going to have to take a look at how they're set up. I wonder if I bought that land, if I'd have access to whatever might be inside that tank right there. Now there are still a bunch of collectibles available on this map also. And considering that so much of this map is like forest? Are there collectibles just hidden out in the forest? And you wouldn't even know they're there unless you go out there to cut that forest down? It's possible. Oh, there might still be a collectible in town someplace that we haven't come across. Because I can't remember if we actually searched the whole town or not. Yeah, you can tell I'm getting tired, guys. I'm getting really quiet. Part of that is just what's happening on screen, too. Because there's not much going on, so, you know, it's just kick back, relax, go for the ride. Just listen to the sound of a tractor running. That's an interesting place for a shed to be. Because it's like, what would you do with it if you owned it? If I was to buy this land, what would we do with that shed? I could park a harvester under it. But would that be practical? Maybe. it's something to consider. I don't have to buy it. I don't have to buy the land to park a harvester under that shed. I could just do it. But technically, if you were going to be parking your equipment under it, you would probably own it. So. But I could put a harvester under there. And maybe some other equipment too. It might be big enough. I haven't taken much of a look at it. I haven't attempted to put a vehicle in there just to see space-wise what there might be. But it does look like there's room for a harvester and some other equipment. So I could possibly have equipment to work this whole section right here, including those 2 fields over there. And I could keep it all right. I believe I could. I believe I could keep everything I need right underneath that shed to completely take care of these 4 fields. Especially if we make them if we're rotating canola, sunflowers, soybeans. That might be very interesting. I don't know if I would want to do maybe even sunflowers over here too. We just have to buy 2 headers, so we'd have to duplicate everything we have just for this little section right here. But that might be very interesting. But I'm really curious about that tank. But we get free fuel elsewhere, and I could always sell that tank and put a tank right there for free fuel. But I don't really need to do that because I can always just drive over to the farm and get fuel. And I might even be able to figure out a fuel tanker truck. And hopefully be able to get free fuel for it from the farm, and then just drive up here and fill up all the fuel tanks up here. So that's something I need to look into. And I want to get rid of that fence. So we have a couple of ideas for some different areas of farming. Now I think I want to look at, let's look at the map right quick, because I want to consider, this is something else I just happened to think of. Now see, we're working over here. We want to buy these. Let's look here. Can I buy the land? I can't. No, I cannot buy the land. But I can still park everything over here. I can buy the fields. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't have to own that to use it. So that's what I'll do. We'll just use it and we'll pretend like we own it. Wait. Okay, that guy's still just doing what he's doing. I want to think about buying all this over here too. At least these two fields and this field. There's a field right there. I can buy that. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I should be able to for $48,000. So we would have that. We will have all this and the surrounding land. Oh yeah, it'll buy all that, okay. But first we want to buy this land. Well, no, we want to buy this land so we can combine these three fields. And then we'll buy this land. We're not going to be combining fields, I don't think. I'm not sure what those fields look like over there. No, there's like a roadway that goes down between them, so I'm not going to plow that up. So we'll just have 4 separate fields up here. And we'll grow crops that will, because our main soybean field will be the big field that we make. So we have, we're going to have to look at things that we own. And like the bakery, I don't know why we own the bakery. I don't know how to get flour to the bakery. So I'm not sure what to do. But the things that we can figure out, we'll try to figure out. I mean, I've never done cattle before. We do have access to a lot of grass. So we might want to consider I guess we could buy hay bales if we need to, but we could make hay. I'm not sure. Well, we just have to like scout around and see if we can't find like grasslands that we can actually bale. So that's something we'll have to consider if we're going to do anything with the cows. And right now, I can tell you that the cows, I'm pretty sure they're not happy. Well, they have water. How can they have all that much water? That's interesting. I'm just, see the health, 0. I don't even know what to do for them. They need hay, they need grass, they need total mixed rations. Holy cow. Looks like they're making some milk. Okay, so if they're making milk, where see, I don't see it. Because where's it going? If they're making milk, I should be able to use that milk. There's milk. There's milk. But it doesn't show I have any milk. But over here, it does say there's milk. There's 794 liters of milk. That's not very much. But maybe at some point, we've got to start looking at getting them some food. So that's another thing we've got to think about. Oh, I'm glad this guy stopped where he did. Because there's still an edge that has to be done. What? Is it done? I thought there was still... I guess maybe it's done. All right, well. Guys, we have been live streaming for 6 hours. And we're just getting started on this field. Oh my goodness. Now thankfully, the train just went by. I've got to catch this little edge up here. Now. All right. Now we can just let it run. Let it run until it gets finished. I have a double headland row down here on the edge where the trees are. So this thing can just start working its way right back out. Perfect. Well, I am glad I am retired. I no longer have to get up and go to work, which is good for me. Something I did not like, that I'm actually going to do two more rows this way. I'm going to let it go down there and back, just to get me away from this fence. Still a little bit close to that fence. Now we'll turn and go back the other way. But this gives us a little space between that fence. Now it can just run. Should be fine. I'll tell you what we need to do. We should save the game. That's something I don't do very often, or nearly as often as I should. Look, 6 hours of game time without saving. I don't want to. I wouldn't want to have to start that over. And I don't know why I don't save more often. I've just gotten the habit of not doing it. Got a ways to go. About a fifth of the field is done now. well, it's kind of easy to get like mesmerized, especially if you're like tired, sleepy. But that's the whole point, I think, of certain types of videos. This is a good, kind of good to sleep to, I think. Just the sounds of the equipment. But like I was saying earlier, hard to do live streaming without talking. Because you need to chat. You need to be able to talk to people in the chat. So, not that I often have people in the chat, but I have had a few people. All right, I can see the other edge of the field right there. We're steadily getting closer and closer. Boy, that could just about put me to sleep. So I may have to turn it back on after the live stream's over. I might have to watch it after it's posted as a video so I can sleep through it. I have noticed on this map there's a lot of trees that have ribbons, a pink ribbon or red ribbon, like down around the trunks. And I don't really know why that is. I have not watched any other videos that have been done on this map. So I have not heard of any explanation as to why these trees have ribbons around the trunk. Sorry guys, it's 6:21 in the morning where I live. Well, wow. It's actually taken longer than I thought it might. Because I was thinking we might be finished by 6:15. It's now 6:22. We're not going to be through until 7 o'clock. So we're going to have a 7-hour live stream, or almost a 7-hour live stream. I think by the time we're done, it'll be close to it. I did not start this live stream anticipating I actually was wondering if we were going to make it to like 2.5 hours. And here we are, we're going to be going on 7. We're going on 6.5 right now. In just a few minutes. But we got a good amount of work done today. So that's good. A good day of farming. Alright, we're about halfway finished with this field. Hello, welcome to the live stream, or welcome back, whichever the case may be. We're just working on getting some soybeans planted in this field. And this will be the last, this is the last thing we're doing for today. Finished getting this field planted. And by the time we get finished, it's going to be close to a 7-hour live stream. So I'm pretty much just relaxed, going along for the ride. Got the helper working in the field. Now, in the next episode, we're going to make a big soybean field. We're going to buy some fields. We're going to buy some land. And we're going to create a field. And then we're going to buy some more. There's 2 more fields over here where these are that we want to buy. And we want to buy the land around them. Hopefully I can get rid of this fence. But we want to buy that field that's right there in front of us, and then the one over to the right. I think we're going to buy this land so we can use that shed right there. I mean, we can use that shed without buying the land. I can use it anyway, but I would rather buy the land. And then I'm going to buy like a new harvester. I'm going to buy all new equipment and put over here under that shed for these 4 fields. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll do like canola, sunflowers, soybeans, and that might be it. Just rotate those crops in these 4 fields, and just keep all the equipment that we need for it to do that under that shed, or at least in the neighborhood of where that shed's at, because I probably will not keep them under that shed. That's probably just not going to happen. We've been live streaming for 6.5 hours. This actually took longer than I thought it was going to take. When I first started this live stream, I was wondering if I was going to really have enough to do to even take up 2.5 hours. Because I kind of don't like doing live streams unless I can do them like 2.5 hours minimum. And then here it is, it's going to be almost 7 hours by the time it's done. That's funny, actually. But I was not expecting for these 2 fields here to be ready to be harvested on the same day that the 5 fields at the farmhouse was. But that's how it turned out, so. And it will be that way again because we put soybeans in all of them. So the next time these fields are ready to harvest, it's going to be another long live stream. But that's okay. We'll know ahead of time that's what's going to be, so. And I like doing these. I can't do them like this all the time though. But every once in a while it's going to happen. You're going to have more to do. And there is a way around that. All I got to do is go in the settings and set it up for a 2-day month. And then I can stop where I'm at, and then I can, in between finishing, I can sleep until the next day and then go reset it back to a 1-day month. So there is a way around having to do all this work on one in-game day, but I don't mind doing it when it's necessary. And like I said, there is a way around it. Like if I was just to get so sleepy that I just couldn't hardly keep my eyes open, I just couldn't go any longer, then there is a way around it once I get to a certain point. I always got to finish a field though. I can't just stop in the middle of a field. I got to at least get to the edge of the field. And really maybe even more than that. So I always have to figure out what I'm going to do. But yeah, I was not planning on this live stream being this long. So it's okay. I am tired though, but like I said, I like doing it. I like doing live streams. I like doing them much more than I like making videos. Because I can, if I feel up to it, feel like doing it, I can play one of these games for an hour or so, several hours, because I'm not actually having to play it. That's the beauty of it. I couldn't keep a controller in my hand for that long. But I want to make live streams doing other stuff, jigsaw puzzles. That's one of the things I want to get into. Even doing cross-stitching, because I like doing cross-stitching, by the way. So I would like to do cross-stitching videos. And I'll probably try to do some cooking videos, but I'd like to be able to do all that stuff live. So we're working on a subscriber base. From all the information I read, I got to have 50 subscribers to be able to do live from my mobile device, like from my cell phone, which is the only camera system I have. So we're on the road to 25 subscribers. I need one more. And then we'll be on the back half of the 50 that we need to be able to live stream. I think it'd be so much fun live streaming other stuff as well as this. But my other videos I make are fairly close to live streamed, because as soon as I get through making it, because I don't edit, they're just how they are. So as soon as I get through making the video, I upload it. I usually won't even make one unless I know I have time to let it sit there and render and do all the stuff it's going to do to upload. As soon as I'm done recording it. But I would like to be able to do live streams. Wow, we still have 100% fertilizer left. That tells you that we haven't done very much of this work ourselves. Because the tank is still full. And that's true. We really haven't had to do any of the planting ourselves. It's just a matter of taking control to get it turned around and stuff like that, so we could send it in the direction we wanted it to work. But as far as actually planting with it, we really didn't do none of that. And that's how I like it. I don't even think I'm going to reposition at the end of this row this time. I'm just going to let it run. I still got to drive it back over to the farm. Sorry guys, have you gone? 6:43 in the morning where I live. Sun is up. Well, it's daylight. Sun hasn't come up over the mountain yet, but it is daylight. So before we go back to the farm, let's take a little drive. Let's take a little drive. Hopefully I remember where to go. That is done, completed. All right, so let's take a little drive. It's not going to take us too far out of the way, a little bit out of the way. But I want to go take a look at something. While we're going, it just gives me a chance to say thank you to those of you who join the live stream and watch while it's taking place. And thank you to those, we're going to go this way. Thank you to those of you who watch this video after it's posted on YouTube as a video once the live stream is over. Thank you. Now look what we're going to do, guys. We're going to buy this field. We're going to buy this field right here. We're going to buy this field. We're going to buy the land. We're going to buy the land. Let's look at the map. Pull the map up here just for a second. Farmland. We own all this land already, which I'm going to have to figure out what do we actually own over here. And then we did buy that. That's where the grain mill is. It didn't help us any. We own that. I'm not sure what's over there. What is over there? Oh, that's my forestry section. Okay. So I have my forestry equipment over here. So I own that one little spot of forestry that I can do. But yeah, we're going to combine these three fields right here. That's what these are. And hopefully we can eliminate whatever. I don't know what this is for. Maybe once I buy it, if there's a water trough, but once I buy it, maybe it'll tell me what it's for. But Anyway, we're going to buy all these, but we're going to combine them. Hopefully I can sell this, and then that way I can plow this up, and we'll connect this field to that field over there. One way or another, we're going to connect it, even if we have to leave that pin, we'll leave it. But I'm hoping we don't have to. And then we want to connect this field with this over here also. So this will connect up with this over here somewhere. I'm not sure how yet. We'll figure it all out. But that's what we're gonna be doing. Getting that all connected. Plowed and planted soybeans. So we're going to connect those two fields right there and connect this over here. We're going to leave the driveway. We're not going to try to plow up any of that. Actually, I want to go drive down it. I've never driven down this way before. I want to go kind of follow, see where we end up at. You can see that ends up right there. So now this, okay. So we still have a way in. All right, I'm good with that. You see this over here, we can eventually get all this over here too in one field. Okay. So that's going to be really cool. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be, that's in our next live stream. Because this stuff is not going to be ready for a while. And that way I don't have to just do contracts. I've got something else to do. And then of course we got to figure out some landscaping over here. We've got to put in our beehives. That's probably going to be in the next episode. I do like the way this has worked out for me. I actually could park this all the way back here, can't I? I can. Actually, I could do this. Well, I really shouldn't put that thing right there exactly. Maybe I could put it over this way. So, like that. And then, because I'm blocking the trail right here, I didn't realize that. I'm going to see if I can pick this up with the front. And just move it over this way, so. Like this. All right. That's good. So now we need the fertilizer spreader back on this guy. Now we'll just go park someplace, but we've got to figure out landscaping in here. Honeybees are going to go in this strip of grass right here, right here. I'm going to put beehives down through here. I'm going to put 3 more greenhouses over here. I wish that fence wasn't crooked. I may have to take that fence out and fix it. I'm going to have to move greenhouses over here back a little bit closer to the fence because I need some space. But for now, we'll just park like this. Good. Alright guys, that's going to wrap it up. We're going to save it. Let's save the game right here. But that's going to wrap it up for this one, guys. We got a lot accomplished today, and we got some plans for the next one. So, I will catch you in that next one, guys. Until then, God bless.